The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Kaya Wanji, Nanjurup Nunut Ginny, Nanjurup Nunut Wanki. Hello and welcome. I'm happy to see you today. Also happy to be speaking with you today. My name is Nick Abraham and my family connections are Abraham, Bennell, Humphrey, Hume, Mippy, Worrell, Nettle, Harris. And we're connected to many parts of Nyungar country. Wajak, which is the Buja we're sitting on here today, but also to Ewart, which is to the north of Wajak, to Ballarong, which is to the east of Wajak, to Wilman, which is to the southeast of Wajak, to Binjarup, which is to the south of Wajak, and Wadandi, which is to the south of Binjarup. Also, I take this opportunity to acknowledge my Kura Martin Williams, my wife and in-laws, and they're also connected into Wilman, which is southeast of Wajak, Kanang, which is south of Wilman, Goring, which is east of Kanang, and Menang, which is south of Goring. Also, I take this opportunity just to acknowledge the other parts of the Noongar Nation. Amigu, which is just north of Ewart, Naginaki, which is just east of Ballarong, Wajiri, which is just east of Wilman, and Nunga, which is south-southeast of Goring, and also Bibbulmun, which is further down south. But Bibbulmun has a flow throughout Noongar country, and you may hear people talk interchangeably between Noongar and Bibbulmun. Niji Noongar Warngi, this is the Noongar language that I'm speaking. This is Noongar country. Koronala Kobang, Nar Noongar Mort, Noongar Bridia, Koronijana Morichonjini, Nurutjini. So I'm just paying respects to the elders past, present and emerging, but also acknowledging and paying respects to you for being here today. Being here today to give me an opportunity to tell you a little bit of history about this place. The story I'm going to tell you goes back at least 100,000+ years, but I've only got another 5 minutes to tell you that. And the story I'm going to tell you is not about blame, it's not about shame, but it's about understanding of this country from a Noongar lens. So when Noongar people were given our knowledge through the oral tradition, as passed down from our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our mums, our dads, and our Noongar bosses from long, long ago. And when they're telling us our ancient stories, there's something that they're not saying that we have to be alert for. And we may not pick that up immediately, but somewhere down through the tracks we pick it up. And what they're not saying is, Middle use your eyes to see. Duok ni, use your ears to listen. Kaart courage, use your head and your heart to understand. Understand about your country, understand about your culture, understand about your people, understand about your values and responsibilities and purpose. And they break it up in a couple of key little things that hopefully would help you understand. And the first thing they teach us about is our murat. Now, murat is family, mum, dad, nan, pop, uncle, aunties, brothers, sisters, all the in-laws and all the different levels of relationships and responsibilities in each and every one of those. It was also one of our laws of who we could and couldn't marry. We couldn't marry close bloodlines. We had to keep our bloodlines pure. Now, there's a modern word for that, and it's called eugenics. If I remember on this journey, I'm going to come back to the word eugenics. Next, the old fellows taught us about our Noongar Biddy. No direct translation between Noongar and English. So Noongar is a people, Biddy is the path we've been on. Giving it more of a common name, culture. What is culture? I'm going to give you a couple of definitions of what I believe culture is. You can agree, and you can even add your own. But for me, culture is about values. Culture is also about language. And through that language, it gives your identity, belonging, beliefs, and spirituality. So if you think about that, language, identity, belonging, beliefs, spirituality, there could be a modern word or two for that. Faith or religion. Noongar, like many Indigenous cultures all around WA, Australia and the world, have our own form of faith or religion through our culture. Next, the old fellows taught us about our Karajan. Now, Karajan's our knowledge system where the old people understood and knew the relationship between the sun, the stars, the moon, the plants, the animals, the waterways, the seasons, and how we lived in those environments. Anybody want to learn about the sun and the stars and the moon and the plants and the animals and the environment today? They have to go to university to learn about science. My old people have that knowledge of how we looked after this land. But it's interesting with science, because there was a scientist by the name of Francis Colburn in 1883, first termed the word eugenics to his audience in a place called London. And that was a scientific study in 1883 about keeping bloodlines pure. Yet my people have been practicing that for many, many generations. Next, the old fellows taught us about our court win. Court is the art, win is the spirit. Bring them together, it's our well-being. And the old people taught us about our bush foods, our medicines, our sites, our ceremonies, and our social interactions. And they knew when we were out of balance, physically, emotionally, and mentally, how to use this system to bring us back into balance. And that was a health system. And the old people taught us that these key elements are connected to our buja, our land, because they knew if we look after country, country would look after us. And this one here represents our elders, our British, because it was their responsibility of overlooking this system and making sure that our laws and the customs were never broken. And that was functioning on this land for many, many generations, where the sun would always rise in the east and set in the west. The moon eventually rises in the east and sets in the west. And when our old people pass and they leave this place, they go to the next part of the dreaming. They go to a place called Karranup, which is over the west. And the only time that ever return is in our dreams and our subconsciousness to give us guidance and support of maintaining our laws and our customs. Unfortunately, something strange happened in the early 1900s. Some people came down the Derbyurrigan and Swan River, and they came down and they saw our laws and our customs. And they ignored our laws and customs and put new laws and customs on my people. Immediately, everything that was important to us all of a sudden was illegal and outlawed. And we had disruption to our elders and our prettiers and our governance system. We had disruption to our mort and our families. We had a disruption to our culture and our language. We had disruption to our knowledge system of how we looked after this land. All of a sudden, we had no say in how our land was being divvied up. And we had disruption to our health system, our court wearing, because we couldn't get access to our bush foods, our medicines, for our sites and our ceremonies. Because unfortunately, we were trespassing, no disrespect, just trespassing on Crown land or private property. And these key things disconnected us from our budget. And that's where my community is today, picking up the pieces of this disconnection and disruption that people sometimes label colonisation. I just want to acknowledge that colonisation happened in many parts of the world long before it arrived here and long after it arrived here. In fact, it's happening in the world today. And we only have to look at the morning and evening news to see where it's happening. But I can only talk about the impacts colonisation had on my country, my culture, my people, our values, our responsibilities and our purpose. Nan mort wein nidyan, not a boring wonky nidyan. Nan mort nidyan, nonok nidyan. So despite all this disruption, my people's spirits are still here. Despite all this disruption, our spirit stories are still here. Despite all this disruption, we are still here. Throughout this disruption, you and many others are here. And my ancestors will be angry with me if I did not welcome you to this country without telling you a little bit of history about this place that a lot of Australians and Western Australians don't know about. Mama Jinadaliya, Bodaran Ginny, and I just asked the old fellows to walk with us and keep us safe while we're here on Yunga country and in this commission that we're working through today, to hear the stories and try to understand some of the trauma that people have been through in this space. I just want to thank you and hopefully everything goes well for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Perth for the 9th public hearing of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, the Whadjuk Noongar people, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to any other First Nations people here today or watching online. I particularly want to thank and pay our respects to Nick Abraham for that nice welcome to country that he gave us this morning. Much appreciated. The Royal Commission recognises the resilience, strength and pride of the Whadjuk Noongar and First Nations communities, and we thank you for welcoming us and for your continuing custodianship of this land. As always, I'd like to thank and acknowledge current and former members of the Australian Defence Force who make a unique and important sacrifice on behalf of our nation. We honour you and your families for all that you do and all that you have done. The terms of reference of this Royal Commission are broad and require us to look at defence, DVA, governments, Commonwealth and state and territory, and ex-service organisations, and covering the military lifespan from recruitment through training, postings, deployment and other aspects of service life, to transition and discharge and life after service. Our work to date has largely comprised a broad sweep of our terms of reference, identifying common themes, cultural and systemic issues, and risk factors that contribute to suicide and suicidality in the defence and veteran communities. Much work has been done, but our investigation is far from over, and in the coming months, we will ramp up with increasing focus on leadership and accountability, defence and veteran health, the DVA and veterans' entitlements and organisational cultures within the ADF and DVA. We want to tell you about some of our work since our public hearing in Wagga late last year. Much of this has been done through roundtables, workshops, research and via compulsory notices. Since Wagga, we have issued over 170 notices to Commonwealth and state government organisations, including to Defence, DVA, some individuals and health agencies in each of the states and territories relating to various matters, such as health services provided by Defence or to veterans by the states and territories, rehabilitation services for ADF members and veterans, postings, promotion and career management of ADF members, transition and defence member qualifications, matters related to command doctrine, leadership and accountability, unacceptable behaviour, deployments including psychological screening tools and support for members upon their return to Australia, and matters relating to particular bases in Australia. I note that since the start of the Commission, we have issued more than 800 compulsory notices and have received more than 110,000 documents in response. Excuse me. The Royal Commission has also undertaken site visits to defence bases in New South Wales and West Australia to meet and speak with members in their working environments to help us better understand the issues facing ADF members and assist in the preparation for this and future hearing blocks. In February, we commissioners met with senior government and defence officials in New Zealand, as well as local ex-service and other support organisations there. As required by the letters patent, we are engaging with Australia's Five Eyes partners about what has and has not worked in addressing the issues of suicide and suicidality in their military communities. We've already met with the UK and Canadian officials and will visit the US next month. We've received about 3,500 submissions to date, and about 10% of those are from West Australia. We've also conducted about 470 private sessions with people with lived experience to date, including more than 60 here in Perth so far this year. And there are hundreds more private sessions to be held throughout this year and early next year. Many brave men and women have come forward and shared with us their deeply personal experiences in military life. They have provided damning evidence that a culture of abuse, bullying, administrative and sexual violence continues to exist within defence, where perpetrators are protected by a code of silence and opaque military justice processes. We've also heard stories that cast significant doubt on Defence's capacity to protect the mental health, well-being and safety of its people, many of whom have been repeatedly exposed to traumatic experiences during their service. And then there's the fight for entitlements. The complex DVA claims process, which has made life difficult for far too many serving and ex-serving members and indeed cost lives. This cannot continue, particularly given the heightened public interest in Australia's national defence capability with the release last month of the Defence Strategic Review. There is no doubt we're at a critical juncture in defence policy. The Defence Strategic Review seeks to ensure the ADF's capability and structure is fit for purpose so that we as a nation can effectively respond to the changing strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific region and globally for decades to come. This new strategic posture is underpinned by plans to grow the Australian Defence Force's ranks by approximately 30% to close to 80,000 personnel by 2040. This will be a significant challenge given that the ADF is already operating below strength and is struggling to recruit, retain and grow its workforce. 22 months into this inquiry, it's not difficult to identify factors that might be contributing to what the Defence Minister has described as a defence personnel crisis. Sadly, what's abundantly clear from our inquiries to date is that we as a nation need to better protect and support the mental health and well-being of those who have served and who continue to serve in our armed forces. Serving and ex-serving ADF members must be treated fairly, with dignity and respect, with access to high quality and timely healthcare and strong prospects for meaningful employment once they transition out of active service. This Royal Commission was established in July 2021 to investigate the high rates of suicide and suicidality among Australia's military communities. 1,600 suicides between 1997 and 2020. That's more than 20 times the number killed in active service over roughly the same period. It's unquestionably a national tragedy, and we remain very concerned that troubling number does not include all members and veterans who have served over this time. Tragically, rarely a week goes by that this Royal Commission isn't alerted to the untimely death of another serving or ex-serving member. As we've said before, many other inquiries related to this issue have preceded this Royal Commission, resulting in 57 reports with over 750 recommendations being delivered over the past 20 years. Most of those recommendations were never actioned or were simply ignored. Excuse me. The stark reality is that the failure to act by successive governments, defence and other agencies, for whatever reason, has cost lives. There's been a significant lack of accountability at all levels of government, the defence chain of command, as well as DVA. We remain concerned that the ADF does not fully accept its contributing role to the moral, mental, and physical suffering of some serving members, veterans, and their families, or indeed to deaths by suicide. There will not be another Royal Commission into this issue. Therefore, this Royal Commission must complete the most thorough inquiry possible, reach recommendations that prescribe the best possible solutions, and make findings that are both fully justified by the evidence and persuasive enough to induce action instead of the inertia demonstrated by previous governments and Commonwealth bodies. We must also ensure our recommendations do not compromise on the ability to achieve a resilient, effective and sustainable ADF and an effective and efficient veteran entitlement system that does not harm veterans. We Commissioners are determined to succeed in our mission. The risk is far too great for us not to. Success will require government and agencies, including Defence, to first, accept the magnitude of the problem we're faced with, and second, uphold their commitment to cooperate with this Royal Commission. Unacceptable delays in the provision of responses to notices and those responses not being comprehensive has significantly impacted this Royal Commission and its inquiries to date. We do note that recently there has been an apparent improvement in response times from the Commonwealth. It's imperative that this Royal Commission continues to receive comprehensive responses to notices in a timely manner moving forward to allow us to complete the important work we've been tasked with. As I mentioned earlier, the repeated failure by government and relevant agencies, including Defence and DVA, to act on the findings and recommendations of countless previous inquiries which could have improved the lives and livelihoods of our servicemen and women. Over the course of this hearing, the themes of leadership, organisational culture, accountability and timely action to learn from the past will be prioritised. Australia's defence capability, first and foremost, comes from the brave men and women who pull on the uniform of our Navy, Army or Air Force and go to work each day. The work of this Royal Commission will contribute directly to improving the welfare of members and in turn the strength and sustainability of the ADF in the future. It's not hard to see that fixing the entrenched cultural and systemic issues that are impacting the mental health and well-being of members would also go a long way to solving the ADF's recruitment and retention crisis at a time Australia is trying to significantly bolster its uniform stocks. Finally, as we have said in previous hearings, the evidence at this hearing may be distressing for some people, so I'd like to remind everyone attending in person or maybe watching us at home that we have counsellors available if you need them. You can access them here or you can make contact through our website. For those watching at home, please get in touch with our Counselling and Inquiry Support Team if you need any assistance. The numbers are all on our website. Thank you. I will now ask Senior Counsel Assisting Mr Kevin Connor, SC, to make his opening remarks.
Commissioners, I appear with Erin Longbottom, KC, Peter Singleton, Gabriella Rubigotti, Lonnie Septua and Sophie Molyneux as counsel assisting the Commission. On the 25th of April each year, Anzac Day, we commemorate those who have served our nation in the armed forces. On this first public hearing day since then, we honour the fallen and their families. We honour those who have served and their families. We honour those who are presently serving the nation and their families. Tragically, Commissioners, every year there are deaths by suicide of Defence members and veterans around Australia, including here in Western Australia. We recognise and acknowledge the contributions of these people to serving our nation. We recognise and will appreciate the loss and pain for their families and for their friends. We commemorate their lives. They are honoured. Before coming to speak about the hearings here in Perth, might I first say something about two matters, perhaps of significance generally, and particularly in this Royal Commission, and perhaps involving some common misconceptions. An important matter for all of us to appreciate is that persons who have suicidal feelings, and indeed those who have died by suicide, do not always have a diagnosable mental condition. They're almost certainly psychologically distressed, but not necessarily mentally unwell. This important distinction must be appreciated to ensure that the issue of suicidality is not overly simplified by attributing it to a single cause, nor by making it overly medicalised. Suicide is a complex phenomenon. It should be seen as the end product of other unresolved problems, often multiple problems, many of which are not specifically health related. It's very important that an overly categorical and mechanistic approach is not taken to what is a very complex problem. Another perhaps common misapprehension about veteran defence members' suicide is that these tragic events are mostly due to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, resulting from combat operations. While some veterans who have died by suicide have indeed been deployed in combat zones, the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare data tells us that the majority have not. Likewise, a recent study of suicide deaths in the United Kingdom veterans found that overall, veterans who deployed on combat operations had a lower risk of suicide than those who did not. This raises the question then of what matters are leading to the risk of suicide for defence members and veterans, other than exposure to trauma in operational theatres of war. This Royal Commission is closely examining this important question. May I turn next to say something about the Australian Defence Force presence and the presence of veterans and their families here in Western Australia. According to the 2021 census, there are around 62,400 serving and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force in Western Australia, 6,909 current serving and 55,507 ex-serving members. Serving and ex-serving members of the ADF comprise about 3% of the total population of Western Australia. In Western Australia, there are a number of defence bases. The bases include HMAS Stirling, Irwin Barracks, Lewin Barracks, Campbell Barracks, and RAF Pearce, here and in and around Perth. In addition to RAF Pearce near Bullsbrook, the Royal Australian Air Force also has bases at RAF Curtin near Wellair and Derby in Northern Australia, and also RAF Learmouth. Also in Western Australia, there is Taylor Barracks, which is the headquarters of the Pilbara Regiment, one of 3 regional force surveillance units conducting surveillance and reconnaissance of remote areas of Northern Australia. I turn to another matter, and it's a matter of which you've spoken, Chief Commissioner. Might you display the, one sees displayed here, the front cover of the National Defence Strategic Review report released on the 24th of April this year. It plainly represents a landmark event and is of great relevance to the work of this Royal Commission. On the 3rd of August last year, Air Chief Marshal Sir Angus Houston, AK AFC, retired, and His Excellency the Honourable Stephen Smith were asked to conduct a Defence Strategic Review. Sir Angus and Mr Smith's review was to be a holistic consideration of Australia's Defence Force structure and posture by including force disposition, preparedness, strategy and associated investments, including all elements of Defence Integrated Investment Program. On the 14th of February this year, Sir Angus and Mr Smith provided their report to the Australian Government. In the publicly available report, the Honourable Richard Marles, MP, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence, provided a National Defence Statement 2023. Minister Marles speaks of the government's immediate actions to reprioritise defence capabilities in line with the review's recommendations by improving the ADF's ability to operate from Australia's northern bases and by investing in the growth and retention of a highly skilled defence force. Sir Angus and Mr Smith made 4 recommendations about workforce. The government has agreed to each. Significantly, the government expressly recognises in its response that people are Defence's most important capability. Mr Miles reinforced this recently when he said, our ADF personnel are our greatest asset. Sir Angus and Mr Smith refer in their report to Defence's significant workplace challenges, demanding an innovative and bold approach to both recruitment and, importantly, to retention. Sir Angus and Mr Smith go on to say that Defence must make major changes to risk and policy settings to increase both retention and the speed of recruitment. Improving Defence's retention of those people currently serving our nation in the Australian Defence Force is plainly a very important matter for Defence and its way forward. Significantly in this context, just to display paragraph 3, please. Sir Angus and Mr Smith expressly refer to workplace culture. And we've heard in the course of the Welcome to Country by Nick Abraham of the significance of culture from what our First Nations people can tell us about the significance of culture. Workplace culture might be broadly spoken about as the shared values, belief systems, attitudes, and the set of assumptions that people in a workplace adopt. Culture is fundamental. It's fundamental in all workplaces. When one speaks of culture, there may be such a notion as a whole of enterprise culture, but perhaps more salient and more significant are the cultures in particular places within the organisation. In those places where the individual experiences their day-to-day work existence. Defence having a culture and cultures where the individual is respected is fundamental to future capability and to the individuals who contribute to that future capability. Defence having the will to and the ways of identifying troubling cultural spaces and places is crucial. Such cultures can be hidden. It's important that light is shone on any places in the Australian Defence Force where problematic cultures exist and that every effort is made to address the factors that are leading to the problem. The Royal Commission will be following closely how the government and the Australian Defence Force, in their implementation of the changes envisaged and the recommendations made by Sir Angus and Mr Smith, are addressing workplace cultures in defence. Commissioners, given the impact of culture on workplace well-being, on suicidality and on suicide, I suspect that you might consider there is a need for defence to do things differently, perhaps fundamentally differently. Commissioners, this Royal Commission has been thinking deeply about the significance of culture in the Australian Defence Force and how improvements in culture in defence can be achieved. Commissioners, as you well appreciate, we heard in the first public hearing in Brisbane in December 2021 from Professor Ben Wadham and Dr. James Connor. Recently, in February 2023, Professor Wadham and Dr. Connor have had published a paper entitled Commanding Men, Governing Masculinities, Military Institutional Abuse and Organisational Reform in the Australian Armed Forces. In carrying out the reform envisaged and recommended by Sir Angus and Mr. Smith, Defence might have regard to Professor Wadham and Dr. Connor's seminal paper. We expect to hear further from Professor Wadham and Dr. Connor in future hearings. I now turn to speak of the hearing in Perth. Commissioners, might I give you an indication of some of the evidence that you will hear over the next 2 weeks? Commissioners, this afternoon, or later this morning, you will hear from Denise Goldsworthy AO, who, amongst other things, is the chair of the Navy Clearance Diver Trust. The Navy Clearance Diver Trust is a charity set up by ex-serving clearance divers and professionals who want to support clearance divers and their families. Clearance divers are a unique cohort within the Navy who are the ADF's specialist divers. Among their roles are underwater searches, underwater damage repair, and explosive ordnance disposal in maritime and littoral environments. Their roles mean the cohort is largely highly fit and highly independent, as well as being exposed to environments of quite high risk. They sometimes deploy individually rather than as a member of a ship, which means they sit a little apart from other Navy roles. Ms. Goldworthy will be speaking of the groundswell of motivation to draw attention to the circumstances of clearance divers that formed following deaths by suicide in the ex-serving clearance diver community in recent years. She'll be speaking to the Commission about the work the Trust did in surveying the clearance diver population and summarising issues affecting the group in order to prepare an extensive submission to tell the story of this group of ADF members and veterans and to assist the Royal Commission with its work. Commissioners, in the next hearing block in Adelaide, we are likely to hear further evidence from ex-serving Navy clearance divers. The evidence of Ms. Goldsworthy today will serve as an evidentiary foundation which we built on with statements concerning Navy divers' work, operational capacity, and the measures taken to ensure the safety of their workplaces and adequate wellbeing and support mechanisms. Commissioners, in this hearing, you'll also hear from 5 members belonging to various levels of command, as well as primary clinical governing bodies providing health services within the Royal Australian Navy here in Western Australia. Each of these witnesses have a connection to HMAS Stirling, which is a naval base situated here in Western Australia on Garden Island, about 60 kilometres from Perth. The collective group of units, vessels, and operational capabilities that are home ported at or associated with HMAS Stirling are more widely known as Fleet Base West. The witnesses you will hear from include Captain Bradley Francis. Captain Francis is the commander of Submarine Force, and Submarine Force is one of 6 force commands or force capabilities within Fleet Command in the Navy. Commodore Heath Robertson, the commander of Shore Force, is the second witness, comprising another of the 6 force commands. Captain Gary Lawton, the Commanding Officer of HMAS Stirling, Lieutenant Commander Melissa Peterson, the Acting Commanding Officer of Joint Health Unit Western Australia, and Captain Ian Young, the Director of the Navy's Fleet Health Directorate. Captain Francis' examination will turn to the systemic nature of the workplace pressures currently placed upon submariners in submarine force. This will include the prevalence of a high-tempo environment, which will observe rates of retention, the workload at sea, and leadership within the divisional system and command. It will in turn examine the associated risk factors of suicide, including burnout and workload pressures. As I've said, Lieutenant Commander Peterson is from Joint Health Unit Western Australia, which is part of Joint Health Command. Joint Health Unit Western Australia provides onshore clinical services from Stirling Health Centre, based at HMAS Stirling, and Stirling Health Centre is the largest ADF health centre here in Western Australia. Captain Young, as I've said, is the Director of the Fleet Health Directorate. Fleet Health is responsible for the management of clinical services provided in the maritime environment. The ambit of the Fleet Health Directorate is not limited to Navy Western Australia, but the Royal Australian Navy more widely. Joint Health Unit WA and the Fleet Health Directorate comprise two of the three clinical governing bodies which provide health services in Navy, the remaining third being the Joint Operations Command, which of course takes responsibility for clinical service whilst in operation in the marine environment. They each report to the Directorate of Navy Health. The Director of Navy Health reports to the Director General of Navy Health Services, in turn to the Surgeon General. It is expected that the evidence of Lieutenant Commander Peterson and Captain Young will outline Navy health clinical governance framework. In particular, you will hear as to its interoperability and the extent to which the three clinical governing bodies within the framework remain accountable to the health and wellbeing of members as they transfer from being ashore, at sea on deployment, on operation, and back again. We'll expect Captain Lawton will give evidence regarding the structure of command at HMAS Stirling, the difference between that structure and those of the force command units home ported to the base, and the extent to which the respective commands interact or overlap. Captain Lawton's evidence will also touch upon suicide-related incidents and systemic workplace issues. Relevantly, Captain Lawton reports to the Commander of Shore Force, Commodore Heath Robertson. A focus of Commodore Robertson's examination will concern the governance and accountability measures that are embedded in the administration of naval bases in Australia. In particular, it will examine the distinction and nuance of direct and administrative command, and the extent to which those elements ensure capability for the health and wellbeing of members posted to HMAS Stirling and the Force Command units. A key topic you'll hear evidence about will be the divisional system. The divisional system is unique to Navy. It is the organisational personal management framework through which all Navy personnel are administered. It's intended to ensure proactive management and personnel support to achieve professional and personal success for all members. It's expected that what you'll hear from each of these witnesses will form one body of evidence. In doing so, we expect it will enable the Commission to examine and better understand the particular topics and themes pertaining to the accountability and issues of a systemic nature unique to the Royal Australian Navy and, where applicable, defence more generally. Commissioners, in hearing block 7 in Darwin, you heard evidence from senior defence personnel serving at RAF Base Tyndall and HMAS Coonawarra in the Northern Territory. Here in Perth, you'll hear from 3 more members of the ADF who will further the Commission's understanding of the defence establishments based in the Northern Territory, in particular Robertson Barracks. The first witness is Brigadier Nicholas Foxall, Commander of 1st Brigade and the Senior Australian Defence Force officer at Robertson Barracks. Commissioners, as you'll appreciate, Robertson Barracks facilitates training, sustainment and force preparation for land forces, primarily being the 1st Brigade. The second witness concerning Robertson is Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Gilmore, the commanding officer of the 5th Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, also known as 5 RAR. Excuse me. 5 RAR is an infantry battalion within the 1st Brigade. The third witness, speaking of Robertson, will be Lieutenant Colonel Nicole Walker. Lieutenant Colonel Walker is the commanding officer of the Joint Health Unit Central Australia. JHUCA enables health service delivery to Defence members in the Northern Territory, in South Australia, in Malaysia, and also in part of the Kimberley region here in Western Australia. Commissioners, you'll also hear from Annalise Hilda and Group Captain Daniel Drinan. Ms. Hilda is the Deputy Director Assurance within the Australian Defence Forces headquarters. Group Captain Daniel Drinan is the Director of Strategic and Sensitive Issues Management. Commissioners, expected that the witnesses will give evidence about the Assurance Check Report, which was a product of the Assurance Work Program Task 22-04. As you'll recall, this work was referred to by the Chief of Defence Force when he gave evidence in Townsville. The work involved an analysis of 59 Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force reports relating to deaths by suicide of 57 Australian Defence Force members. These reports were released between June 2016 to June 2022. Commissioners, you'll also hear that a new one-star Director General position has been created in the Defence People Group, namely the Director General, which you're all aware of at present. The new branch is called the Mental Health and Wellbeing Branch. It's being established. It is led by the Director General, Brigadier Caitlin Langford. Now, before hearing from Brigadier Langford, you'll hear from Justine Gregg, the Deputy Secretary of the Defence People Group, concerning the new position and the new branch. You'll also hear from Rear Admiral Sharkey, the Surgeon General of the Australian Defence Force and the Commander of Joint Health Command in relation to the new branch and Director General, new Director General position and other matters. Commissioners, you're also likely to hear some evidence in relation to Special Forces and from the Honourable Paul Papalia, CSC MLA, and Ms Linda Dawson. The evidence from Ms Minister Papalia and Ms Dawson provides the opportunity for the Commission to examine the provisions of support by the State of Western Australia and how they interact with supports provided by the Commonwealth. Minister Papalia has been the Minister for Defence Industry and Veterans Issues since March 2022. Ms Dawson is the Deputy Director General of Industry Science Innovation within the Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science Innovation in the Western Australian Government. That is the department in here that is responsible for Veterans Affairs. Commissioners, we pause to note that Minister Papalia is himself a veteran of the Australian Defence Force. Minister Papalia entered the Royal Australian Navy in 1978 and served in the military for 26 years, eventually qualifying as a Navy clearance diver, serving in the Counter-Terror Squadron of the Special Air Service Regiment and deployed on operations in Iraq on 2 occasions. He was awarded the Conspicuous Service Cross and commendations from both the Land and Maritime Commanders. He left the service in early 2004. Given his long service, we expect that the Minister may offer a unique perspective regarding support for veterans and their families, particularly here in Western Australia. Commissioners, that completes Council's opening address.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Mr. Fordham, do we need to take appearances or?
If the commissioners would like me to. My name is Fordham. I appear for the Commonwealth with my learned friends Berger, KC, Ms. Wright and Mr. Dighton.
Thank you. I'm not sure if anyone's online appearing for any other entities. No. Okay. Thank you. That concludes this session. We'll take a very short break, 15 minutes, and then we'll begin with our first witness. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes. Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Molyneux.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, the first witness you'll hear from in this hearing block is Denise Goldsworthy, AO. Denise Goldsworthy is the chair of the Navy Clearance Diver Trust, one of her roles amongst a lengthy and notable business career. Among her other responsibilities, she is currently the Chancellor of Edith Cowan University. Can the witness be affirmed, please?
Denise Goldsworthy, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms Goldsworthy, have you provided a statement to this Commission dated 9 May 2023?
Yes.
Commissioners, there are two versions of Ms Goldsworthy's statement, an unredacted version provided to the Commission and a redacted version with personal and sensitive information redacted. Operator, can you please display the redacted version of Ms Goldsworthy's statement? Thank you. Ms Goldsworthy, do you recognise this as the statement you've provided to the Royal Commission?
Yes.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Operators, can you display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the tender list in the manner they are described.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Ms Goldsworthy, can you start by telling the Commissioners what the Navy Clearance Diver Trust is?
So the Navy Clearance Diver Trust is actually three different legal entities. The first was set up in 2011 to provide support to clearance divers from the Royal Australian Navy and their dependents when in hardship. Subsequent to that, we've set up a second trust in 2020, which has a preventative role, and the goal of that is to prevent clearance divers getting into hardship. The third legal entity is the Navy Clearance Diver Foundation Limited, which is the corporate trustee of Navy Clearance Diver Trust number 2.
And who was behind the initial decision to create the Trust 1?
So Trust 1 was the idea of a couple of ex-serving clearance divers that at that period in time they were aware that similar trusts had been set up for the SAS Regiment and for the Commandos. So the model was that clearance divers who are involved in similarly dangerous activities should have an equivalent trust.
And is it run and operated by clearance divers?
So the governance model is that we have a mix of ex officio roles and roles that are selected on skill. So we have, to be able to operate, we have the chair, a secretary, and a treasurer. The two ex officio roles are the national president of the RAN Clearance Divers Association, and also at that point in time when it was set up, the commander of the Mine Warfare and Clearance Diving Squadron, a serving role with the Australian Navy. The remaining roles, up to a total of 14 positions, are filled on a skills basis, but for most of the history of the Trust, some ex-serving clearance divers, based on their skills often obtained in their civilian careers, have been able to make it on as trustees. So typically we are a mix of deep business experts plus a group of clearance divers or other veterans.
And are these roles remunerated?
No, they're not.
So does the Trust, the three entities, operate as charities?
Yes, they do.
And what are the, I think you've touched on them briefly, there's a difference between Trust 1 and Trust 2. Are there particular purposes for each one you're trying to achieve?
Yes, so Trust One is typical of most charities in that a key requirement is the beneficiary has to prove hardship first. And we are therefore there to normally fill the gaps in whatever systems, whether it's DVA systems, defence systems, health systems around the place, so that when they are in hardship, and the hardship may be time-based as opposed to an extended period of hardship, that we work with them to provide the right support, which can be financial, supportive services, equipment, those sorts of things. The second trust, as a preventative trust, we are about working with our community to come up with education programs primarily to assist the CDs to understand their lives so that they are less likely to get into hardship. And that was part of the feedback that we got in the first period of 8 or 9 years while we just had Trust One operating, where our beneficiaries were saying, it's all well and good to support us when we're in hardship, but can you help us not get into hardship? And that was part of the origins for Trust Two.
And do the trusts have any formal relationship with ADF or Navy?
Apart from the ex officio role, and there have been things over time where we've had formal approvals through Navy. So, for example, our logo is actually an adaptation of the logo that is used by the clearance diving teams within Navy. So there are things like that with Navy approvals. We also have participation of serving personnel at a number of our fundraisers, so we have Navy approvals through that, but it's that sort of basic administrative role apart from the ex officio position.
And to contextualise your evidence before we get any further, can I ask you to give the Commission an idea of what clearance divers do?
Thank you. So, not being a clearance diver myself, hopefully we'll be able to represent the role they do in a reasonable way. So the clearance diving community is made up, there are essentially 4 working groups at any point in time. There are 2 active clearance diving teams, Team 1 based in Sydney, Team 4 based in Perth. There is a large group of clearance divers that operate the ADF Dive School, and there is also a large group of clearance divers that are part of TAG East and part of the anti-terrorism function of 2 Commando Regiment. There is also an allocation of clearance divers to the Mine Hunter Coastal Fleet. So there are 4 in the current vessels in the Huon class Mine Hunter Coastals, and there are typically a handful of clearance divers on each of those ships. To the core function of the clearance diving teams, they essentially have 3 roles. So one of them is underwater damage repair. So that can be battle damaged ships or basic things that occur in terms of maintenance of the fleet. But also they get involved with civilian inspections. So for example, with the flooding of the Brisbane rivers, clearance divers were mobilised to assist with doing the inspections of the various facilities in Brisbane River to make sure that they were safe and serviceable for the Australian community. The second function is their role with explosive ordnance disposal. So they dispose of ordnance both below water and on ground, which means that a lot of clearance divers have also served roles in Afghanistan dealing with IEDs, but they have continuing functions to even in non-wartime operations. So there is a lot of ordnance that continues to arrive on Pacific Islands. So there are regular tasks involved with supporting our Pacific neighbours in terms of being able to remove that. And we still regularly have ordnance appearing on Australian shores that they have to continue to deal with. The third function is called expeditionary reconnaissance and clearing, which I suppose the easiest way to describe it is to make sure that the waters are safe for the rest of the Australian Defence Forces and allies to be able to complete their mission. So that can be covert inspection tasks, clearing of mines, to enable maritime landings of Allied and Australian forces for them to be able to do their tasks. So they are often the very first ADF personnel that go into an area to allow them to do that task.
And do you see their role as being distinct from the majority of other Navy roles?
Yes, I do. So the vast majority of the Navy is about how do you, in their CD's common words, how do you get the big grey machine to function? That the platform in the ship is the key unit, and that is the main mission, is around what that platform can deliver. The difference with clearance divers is achievement of the mission is about the performance of the humans. And while humans need to perform on a ship, the actual intricacies of the task very much come down to both the skills of the individual clearance divers, but also their ability to work together as a cohesive team, sometimes in very hostile environments, and often in environments where they can't communicate, such as deep underwater.
Thank you. Returning now to your background, what's your role within the Trust?
So I was one of the inaugural trustees. I've been with the Trust since 2011. I took over as chair of the Trust late 2017.
And I think you said before you've never been a clearance diver. Have you ever been a member of the ADF?
No, I haven't, but my father and my grandfather both served in Army, and my son is currently serving as an Army reservist. So I have family connections, but it's almost deliberate that I work with Navy so that I can understand my son's life as a serving member of the ADF, but not be in his space. If you can imagine a mother-son relationship, I think he finds it handy that I play with Navy people instead of Army people.
So how specifically did you come to be involved with the Trust and take on then the role of chair?
So in one of my roles as, my previous civilian roles as a managing director with Dampier Salt at the time, I was aware that we had some ex-Navy personnel working for the business. And my son came home from school one day and said, I've now signed up as an Army cadet, I'm interested in going to ADFA. So my interest at that time was to be able to understand what was the ADF like at the moment. So I reached out to those ex-Navy people, and they explained to me at that point, not only were they ex-Navy, they were clearance divers. They provided support to my son as he was making choices through late high school. And they also arranged for him to do work experience with Clearance Diving Team 4 so he could understand what it was like to be part of an operational unit and the day-to-day tasks. So when the Trust was set up in 2011 and they were looking for independent, experienced business people to be part of the trustees, they reached out to me. And I thought, these people have done something really good for my son. I'd like to give back and support that clearance diving community.
Am I right that you've now been part of the Trust for over 10 years?
Yes, yes.
Would it be fair to say you're highly now invested and embedded in the clearance diver community?
Yes.
Commissioners, I propose to hear from Ms Goldsworthy about the concerns the Trust has identified first in the submission it's made to the Commission, and then I'll run through Ms Goldsworthy's experience with the Trust and the work they do generally. One of the documents included on the documents that have been tendered before the Commission today was a approximately 150-page submission made by the Trust to the Royal Commission last year. Can I ask you to tell us a little bit about, first, when was this submission prepared by the Trust?
So the submission was prepared over a period of approximately 6 months during 2021, if I've got my dates right. And it followed a period where we had 3 suicides within the clearance diving community over the space of 18 months. And there had been a lot of trauma throughout the community. There was a lot of concern that the community, in particular after the first 2 that had occurred only a few weeks apart, that there was a risk of suicide clusters within the community. So I became involved, and the trust became involved after those first couple of suicides, to work with the clearance divers about how it was essentially using our business skills, my business skills in particular, to support the communication that they were doing with each other. When the 3rd suicide occurred, it was about the same time that the Royal Commission was announced that it was going to happen. At the same time, we were also recruiting for trustees in Sydney, and one of the applicants who had become familiar with the work of the Trust through our social media and the Australian Institute of Company Directors had some experience at making Royal Commission submissions. So in part of the interview process with him, he indicated that he would like to support us in preparing a submission. After the 3rd suicide, which was right in the middle of COVID, one of the things that the CD community set up was a WhatsApp group to allow them to communicate with each other, and in particular for those who could not attend the funeral, that they could essentially grieve together in the best way they could. And there were a couple of 100 clearance divers on that group. I was added as part of that group. So I understood the process they were going through and their concern. And of course, when the announcement about the Royal Commission came out, there was some discussion amongst that group about whether the Royal Commission was actually going to be able to achieve anything, was it going to be able to make a difference. So having had the prompt from the individual who had applied as a trustee and from some of the clearance divers that I was talking to individually, I reached out on that group and said, look, if the trust was prepared to work with essentially an editorial panel of clearance divers to prepare a submission, were there clearance divers who were prepared to volunteer? We had 6 clearance divers who did volunteer. They were a mix of serving and ex-serving personnel, of commissioned and enlisted personnel. So we had a diverse group within that small group of 6. I essentially became sort of the chair or the leader of the process. So there was a core group of 8, those 6 clearance divers, the gentleman with previous experience who was a lawyer by profession, and myself, that then worked together, essentially meeting on a fortnightly basis to design what was it that we needed to do to actually be able to create a useful submission.
And you referred to the reaction of the clearance diver community over the sequence of the 3 suicides. Was there an identifiable community of clearance divers before they occurred?
So the Clearance Diver Association has a role of social connection. Its origins go back to the clearance divers that served in Vietnam, and their desire to remain connected once they returned from that conflict. So while that association was there, the network was fragmented, that clearance divers are inclined to become very busy individuals, and it's only when they're in times of need that they really reach out for each other. So one of the things that happened after the second suicide, and using the skill set that they were comfortable with, you can imagine, based on what I've explained of their role, that they're very good at conducting risk assessments. So they used the skills that they were comfortable with and conducted risk assessments on their mates. and worked out who they thought were at risk and started to proactively reach out to try and stop the suicide cluster that we were talking about. We've had two. We must stop the third. How are we going to do that? So a lot of conversations happened at that point in time. While I did not speak to other clearance divers who indicated that they were feeling suicidal during that period, I did talk to clearance divers who were having those conversations. There is a particular conversation that sticks in my mind with a CD who rang me one day and he said, "I need your help. How can I help?" And he said, "One of my mates, we have just discovered that he's just attempted suicide for a second time. And a group of us have now put him on suicide watch. So there is somebody ringing him every 2 hours. And I've just had my first shift. And I need to talk to somebody about that conversation that I've just had." And yeah, fine. It was a CD that I had known for a while. And he said to me, the biggest thing I struggled with was I didn't know what to say to him. Now, these were both clearance divers who were dual qualified, not only as clearance divers, but as commandos as well. So, sort of the stereotypical alpha males. And this CD explained to me, he said, "I didn't know what to say to him, so I told him I loved him. Was that a good thing for me to say to him?" And I then went and supported this clearance diver. So I suppose it's a sign of, it's a bit like a spider web, the network of clearance divers. And I feel like I'm part of that spider web now. The pain that they have, the experiences they've been through, really can only be shared and understood by other clearance divers. But part of my role is sometimes to take some of that pain and spread it to different parts of the network. The way I'm connected across the spider web is different. So I have the clearance divers who are my supporters and my friends. And if I'm carrying a clearance diver, I share the burden with them, and it sort of gets diluted out across the network.
And from the way you tell it, am I right to understand this spiderweb network of clearance divers comprises both serving and ex-serving clearance divers?
Definitely. The strongest connection for clearance divers is the group that they conduct basic course with together, which is typically 8 to 10 clearance divers. But during the period of time that they qualify as clearance divers, they become closer than any family is. So that group typically remains close for the rest of their lives. But the time that they leave, how long they stay in Navy, the family choices, they are still diverse individuals in there. So in particular, the clearance divers that are sort of mid-career, 30s, as a typical age group, you will find that network is about half serving and half ex-serving. So there is very much a mix over that boundary.
And the impetus to gather together and check on each other, was that organically grown through that network of clearance divers?
So one of the things that I found working with clearance divers is that they want to be educated, they want to understand. So when they indicated to me that they were having these thoughts about risk assessments and reaching out to each other, the Call a Diver program being proactive, I reached out to a colleague who was a deep professional in the mental health space and got his advice around what is it that the community should be doing based on his personal experience with dealing with suicide clusters. And he gave me some advice, which I then shared with the clearance divers, that this is not only do you lean on the professional support around the psychiatrists, etc., open arms that are provided by DVA and Defence. So they needed the professional support, but as a group, they need to be talking to each other about what's going on. They need to be opening up about their feelings. And my role is to sometimes provide these pieces of education, often makes it okay for them to do things. As I said, it's typically a group of alpha males. For them to accept that it's okay to be talking about their feelings during times like that is very difficult. So for me to give them some basis in science or education about this is the right thing for you to be doing now, I felt that a lot more became comfortable with engaging with those sorts of behaviours at that time that may otherwise have not engaged with their feelings.
I'll just clarify briefly. You mentioned the Caller Diver program. Was that the checking in on your mates initiative that the clearance divers were doing to each other?
Yes, it was, yep.
Okay. And again, just to go back to you being added to this, both the WhatsApp and the broader idea of the spider's web, how was it that you got added and was accepted into the community?
So after I took over as chair in 2017, and at that point in time, I had been thinking about resigning from the trust. To me, it didn't feel like it was making a difference. We didn't have a lot of resources. The community was not reaching out to us. It was difficult for us to find the clearance divers. So part of me taking on the role as chair was in 2018, we ran a process to actually recreate the vision for the trust. And we coined the term about the CDs needed to start to trust the trust. And from a practical viewpoint, getting clearance divers to trust us while they were still in uniform, when we knew where they were, that we could get to them as a group in a planned way, that was a key part of it. The serving officers that were involved with the trust at that point in time were very supportive of that concept. So not only did we then have a program of being able to talk to the serving clearance divers, but also they became involved with our fundraisers. So we had both serving and ex-serving clearance divers talking about leadership as a fundraising event for the general public. We also had clearance divers, talking about specific things, such as there was a clearance diver involved in the Thai cave rescue. So we had events, fundraising around that. So that allowed us to get the clearance divers more involved. We had the serving teams doing displays at the events. And then we also started doing, fun things like trivia quizzes at the events. What was the most trivial thing you could find out about clearance diver history, which also helped the clearance divers, especially the younger ones, to understand more about some of the history and create the conversations and engagement with the civilian communities that were attending our fundraising events.
So is it length of exposure to clearance divers that helped you embed, or greater interactions? What was it?
So there was a particular point in time. So I have PTSD. And in a conversation with my psychiatrist, I was talking to him about how come I was connecting with these clearance divers. I didn't understand. And he believed that there was a subconscious connection between the trauma I had been through and the trauma a lot of them had been through. So he encouraged me to open up to the CD community. So I told my story to Team 4 in a far raw, it was a rawer way than I had intended to. But it became an interesting experience. I actually blacked out on the team, and the CDs were there for me then. And it also then became an opportunity for me to publicly role model how to deal with PTSD. These were live symptoms that happened in front of them, that it was okay to talk about this stuff. Now, Team 4 respected my story, so it became a story of a story across the rest of the clearance diving community. But then I had to then go through my own journey about now I had opened up to these clearance divers. I had a choice about whether I would continue to open up to them or whether I would shut it down again. And I was encouraged by my psychiatrist to essentially jump in. As far as he said, there were no bad side effects to clearance divers. Not too sure about that. But I then got involved with social media through the trust. And then as the trust was getting involved with more social media, more CDs started to find the trust and to find me. And, you know, that was the point that we started to become friends.
And turning now to the point we spoke about earlier, where after these 3 suicides in the clearance diver community, you formed the editorial panel of a number of people. What was the story you wanted to make sure you looked into and got to the Royal Commission?
So between the group of us and the underlying cynicism in the community about whether the Commission was going to make a difference, we knew that there was a diverse range of experiences within the community. But we also knew that if we were going to empower the Commission, we needed to make the effort to get data. And the better job that we could do about getting data and getting information, then the more likely the Royal Commission would be at actually being able to make a difference with its recommendations. So we went through a process as a group about how were we going to do that. We practiced on a submission to the ADF Transition Authority that was running a short review process at that point in time to actually help us practice getting together as a team about how would we take the diversity of the group and build it into coherent recommendations and a coherent story. Combine the questions and experience that I had as a business individual with the diverse experience of the panel. And then we decided if we needed to get data, that we needed to go out to the broader clearance diving community. We were mindful at that point in time that there was a relatively short period for us to turn it around and create a submission. We worked through our serving officer, who was a trustee at that point in time, about what would it take to get Navy approvals. And the basic feedback that we had was that ethics approvals through Navy were potentially possible, but were likely to take 6 months plus. And we did not have that time to get those approvals and then get the survey out and to be able to turn it through into recommendations. So we made a choice at that point in time, with the blessing of the rest of the trustees, that the right thing to do was to work under the trust's privacy rules and the privacy laws that exist in this country. So we did some double checks on the privacy laws that we have as a trust to make sure that they were robust and fully compliant with the laws to be able to protect the clearance divers that were going to participate in the process and the data that we were going to generate. And then over several weeks, and with input from a clinical researching psych who was known to one of the serving panel, as well as a lot of research from the panel members themselves, which sort of took their personal experiences of what had caused them trauma and mental health problems, what was the physical injuries, what was their relationships with Defence and DVA. We combined all of that information together and then came up with a survey which led to the data that became the core part of the submission.
And I'll ask you to just confirm, as I understand it, the survey you speak of combined both multiple choice and short answer questions.
Yes, it did.
And it related to issues such as demographics, identity as a CD, experiences of bullying, harassment, impact of service, questions about mental health status and any recommendations.
Yes, so part of our aim was to create data around both leading and lagging indicators that covered the full life spectrum of a clearance diver, essentially from the day they qualified to the problems that were being experienced by some of the older veterans.
And how did you publicise the survey? How did you get people to participate?
It was very much word of mouth. We had the social media tools of the Trust. We also have a newsletter database of the Trust. But apart from that, we were relying on that spider web of the clearance divers to go out to explain what was the purpose of the survey and to reach out to other clearance divers, provide them with access to the link to complete the survey. We were again relying on that spider web.
Do you know the number of survey responses you got?
Of the order of 150, the exact numbers in the submission.
And I understand there was a significant proportion of current serving responses as well.
Yes, while there was about a dozen family members, the remainder of submissions were about half serving and half ex-serving. So it did mean we had about a third of the serving clearance divers complete the survey.
Thank you. So having got this data through the survey, how did the editorial panel then turn that into the submission?
So we had a couple of processes in parallel. The questions that were multiple choice. We were doing our own analysis to start with. So what were the average responses for serving personnel versus ex-serving personnel between those who had medically discharged versus those who had discharged for other reasons? So our basic skill set, we could see differences in averages and patterns. So we engaged a qualified statistician to assist with the data around that, and they were able to identify, and part of the submission is around where there are statistically different responses between different parts of the community. The free-form answers were a lot more difficult to deal with. So the editorial panel, we went through those, and at that point in time, the best knowledge that we had as a panel was to use our combined experience to try and find the patterns within that data. What were the repeat stories? And we had hundreds of pages of free-form answers, so there was a lot of material in that. But at the time we made the first submission, all we had was our experience to be able to analyse those free-form questions. It was only subsequent to the first submission that we were able to make connections with Deakin University, who have then been able to use a more robust, internationally recognised process for analysing that sort of data, which then led to our second submission.
Thank you. So just to clarify the time frame then, you created the submission and filed it with the Royal Commission.
Yes.
And did you give it to anyone else at that point?
So at that point in time, we had a couple of different paths happening. So one, we were cross-checking the sense-checking, I think is probably the best way to put it, the submission itself with some of the professional psychiatrists and things that we had. Did this story make sense? Which led to the connection through to Deakin University. But we also provided it to Navy. So while we knew we had not followed Navy's preferred path from day one, that we didn't have the time to go through the ethics approvals, we had tried to engage with Navy over the whole process. So one of the things that we included in the survey at the request of Navy, an informal request through Navy, was a front-end piece about educating the clearance divers who were filling out the survey as to what services were available, how to use open arms and some of the other services that were around. So we were, very keen to spread the message that Navy was trying to get out. So once we'd completed the survey, in keeping with the promise that the trustees had made to Navy, we said we would always give them a copy. So we did provide a copy with a cover letter through to the Chief of Navy, and subsequently received a reply from the Chief of Navy, which essentially said because we had not been through their process, that was pretty much the end of the conversation.
For the sake of being overly clear, then I'll just highlight to the Commission that you're one of the editors and contributors of the Trust submission, but you're not the sole author.
Correct.
And there are aspects in that submission which you won't have personal experience of.
Correct.
Okay. And that you've closely reviewed the subsequent work that Deakin did analysing your survey data, but
Correct.
it's not your
Correct.
research. Thank you. I'll turn now to the findings and recommendations that were made in that Trust submission. Operator, can you please display sub.quadruple0.0015.0241 at 0.0247? The paragraph begins, number 1, strong prevalence. Ms Goldsworthy, while the operator brings it up, I'm going to be taking you here to the Trust's, the submission's attempts to make a measure of poor mental health in the clearance diver community. I'll just give you a moment to read that first paragraph under the heading number 1, strong prevalence of suicide risk factors. Now,
Yes.
can you first tell me how robust is this data?
It is an underestimate. So the data that we have that is the basis for the 30 is based on known suicides that have been recorded by the Clearance Diver Association. So there are a lot of clearance divers that we have no connection with, that we have no idea of their status. We are also aware that there have been deaths of clearance divers that it has not been clear as to whether they have been suicides or not. So it's only where there has data that it has been clear. So that's the basis of the 30 number. The attempt at trying to estimate what's likely to be out there was an extrapolation using the AIHW data based on the medical discharge rates and essentially putting those numbers together. We knew the medical discharge rates in the clearance diving community. They knew the rates that were broadly occurring, and therefore it was an estimate, but there is no data to support that higher number.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the lower number, the 30 per 100,000, you said you used the suicide data collected by the association.
Yes.
That's the social association that you said were set up by Vietnam veteran clearance divers?
Correct.
So they voluntarily just record that data?
Yes, because they try to track the community. Part of their social role is to hopefully make sure no clearance divers get lost.
And there was no better way to access data like that?
That was the only way that we were aware of that we could access data.
Thank you. Operator, if you can now turn to, I think it's the next page, point 0248, and highlight the paragraph beginning physical WHS factors. I'll give you a moment to read this, Ms Goldsworthy. This is just to prompt you.
Yes.
Can you tell the Commissioners what you discovered about the rate of medical separation as the reason for clearance divers discharging?
So, with the assistance of the serving officer that was a trustee, he did authorise a serving member of Navy to try and get us the best data around medical discharge rates. It was a conversation that we'd been having at the trust anyway, because we knew that they were our highest risk group and that the serving Navy representative as trustee had been making us aware of clearance divers that were medically discharging. So we knew as a group there was an issue. The data that we have there was the best that we could collect at that point in time. There were some issues with sort of not being able to internally reconcile it in terms of different Navy systems having different data, but that was the best estimate that we could find in terms of data.
And I won't take you to the page, but a short time later in the submission, you note the AIHW report that has the involuntary medical separation rate across all services as 14%. In contrast, I take it you assess this as a high rate?
Extremely so, yes.
Okay. And was your reaction that that was a risk factor, potential risk factor to clearance divers?
Definitely.
Thank you. Is that an impact you've observed in the high rate of medical discharge? Is that something you've observed from your work with clearance divers?
Every request for support that we have had has been from a clearance diver with significant medical injuries. While most of them have medically discharged, I'm also aware of clearance divers who are now on gold cards, for example, who are not on the records as medically discharged because in terms of their personal identity, they didn't want to be seen to be leaving for medical discharge reasons. So while the medical discharge data is high, based on the interactions with the trust, the proportion of clearance divers that have significant physical and mental health injuries that are now being supported by DVA will be even higher than those numbers.
I'll now turn to the summary that the Deakin University academics made of the key findings. Operator, can you please display sub.quadruple0.0067.0041 at .0043? Ms. Goldsworthy, this data that we're showing, thank you, Operator. Now, I understand this analysis of the data came to you after the preparation of the submission, Ms. Goldsworthy, but it was using the data you gathered in the survey. Can you talk the Commission through the key findings that were made from the data?
Okay, so starting with the drug and alcohol use, this was an area that we specifically explored because the personal experience of the editorial panel was they knew it was an issue within the community. So we searched for other public surveys that had been exploring the same issue and identified a couple of questions that had turned up in public research about how do you try to work out what the drug and alcohol use is. So you can see that there is a significant proportion of the community, this is across both serving and ex-serving, that felt the need to cut down on drinking, and that nearly a third of them were consuming 5 or more standard drinks within 2 hours at least once a week, what you might call binge drinking. So that was in the data. Physical health, you can see the very high rates about those who suffered injuries, but also the very high rates around those who attempted to disguise an injury. And there was a lot of discussion in the freeform comments about the concerns around how they would be treated if they disclosed injuries to Navy, which varied from career impact to loss of salary at that point in time, to being seen as weak amongst their colleagues. So there were both cultural and practical reasons that were disclosed around why they were disguising injuries. Bullying and harassment. Given the total group was, excluding the family members, about 135, 140 people, about half of the respondents admitted to experiencing bullying and harassment themselves, and a similarly high number indicated they had witnessed bullying and harassment of other people. So there was concern about that, and within the freeform responses, there was also some data in there, as well as in the multiple choice responses about the response to bullying and harassment, that they felt that the response from command was poor when it was reported, and that was also leading to underreporting of bullying and harassment. Depression, anxiety and stress, we used a internationally recognised scale called DAS, the Depressed Anxiety and Stress Scoring System, and asked the participants to actually use that tool to come up with a rating around where they were at that point in time when they completed the survey. So you can see just at that snapshot, as opposed to over an extended period in time, about the high proportion who were stressed, anxious, or suffering severe or extremely severe levels of depression as identified by that tool. This went on to further questions about mental health and whether they had experienced mental health issues, as well as whether they had disguised mental health issues. So, over half of the respondents indicated yes to that. But probably the most shocking numbers that came through, being mindful of the fact that we had just had 3 suicides in the community, was that 40% of respondents had indicated that they had thought about suicide. And that then made us worry about what else was going on. And they were similarly worried about what was going on in the community. Over 2/3 of them were concerned that their colleagues were at risk of suicide, which was an even larger number, where they were seeing the behaviours of their friends and thought that potentially more of them are actually at risk than the ones who were already conscious of the fact that they needed treatment.
And having established through the survey data a measure of the relative health of the clearance diver community, there is then a lot of effort in the trust submissions to turning to trying to identify some of the systemic issues that are leading to those outcomes, and some recommendations that are made about how to alleviate them.
Yes.
I'm not proposing to go through all of those, but I will try to draw from you some of the key points from that submission. Operator, I'm going to turn back to the trust submission now at pinpoint 0.0247. If you can please display the paragraphs from the heading High CD Vacancy Rate through to Contributing Risk Factors. And apologies, operator, over the page as well. Ms. Goldsworthy, while the operator is bringing this up, what I want to take you to is reference here to a high vacancy rate in clearance diver billets. And you go on to describe how that is creating a downward spiral of causality. Can you explain to the Commission what you saw as being the issue here?
So there's been a high vacancy rate in the serving branch for a number of years. And both through the survey and the experience of the panel members, we felt that the high rates of intensity without getting respite, that the high rates of clearance divers also doing high intensity tasks away from their family, that once the vacancies had started to come into the community, the roles that were being prioritised by Navy to be filled were actually the most challenging roles, the physically challenging, the away from family challenging, the high intensity, high risk of injury, high risk of exposure to mental health problems. So the vacancies were going into, what you might call the recovery type positions. So CDs were going from high intensity role to high intensity role. We had a survey question trying to get statistics around that. And over half of the respondents from memory indicated that they'd spent the majority of the last 6 years in a high intensity situation. So that was then leading to choices by clearance divers to either leave because it was impacting on their family circumstances, and it was also contributing, probably, we couldn't statistically prove it, to the increasing injury rates that Navy was seeing as well, which was also leading to more clearance divers leaving. So this is where we get this spiral of causality going on, that as the numbers are low, the vacancy rates are high, there is an environment that is more likely to cause injury, more likely to cause mental harm, more likely to cause problems in their family relationships, which are then more likely to lead to CDs to leave, which then means numbers become harder and the challenges continue to get worse.
You mentioned then the away from home statistics, and just to make that good, I'll go to that in the submission now. So operator, if you can turn to point 0269 and show the bottom of that page beginning from survey feedback through to the following page, including the paragraph, the aggregated data. Ms. Goldsworthy, the paragraph beginning the aggregated data, I think, has the statistics you just mentioned about clearance divers being away from home.
Yes.
And I note it reads over 50% have been separated for most of the year for all of the last 6 years, being the period examined in the survey.
Yes.
And was that something that the survey feedback reflected on as contributing to poor mental health?
Definitely.
Thank you. There are a lot of the references throughout the submission, Ms. Goldsworthy, to CD injuries occurring from cumulative exposures or repeated stress and strain activities. There is a reference to clearance divers' responsibility, the opinion that clearance divers' responsibilities to create would likely create workplace health and safety issues if the legislation were applied strictly, and that then leads into a suite of recommendations relating to further research being conducted about the specific environments that clearance divers operate in and the risks that may come out of that. What was the issue that the Trust identified there?
So there are a couple of patterns in the injuries. So some of them are repetitive injuries. So from my earlier description of the sort of tasks that clearance divers do, often it is just the diver with their equipment, whether it's climbing up the side of a ship or swimming 10 kilometres into a beach to do something. So sort of the phrase that's there, it's sort of like a mandrolic task. They haven't got the equipment to do a lot of stuff. So there are a lot of repeat exposures from, manual handling of various sorts of things. You also have a lot of repeat exposures from some of the tasks, such as, being on, a high-speed boat that's going across the waves, and every time the boat hits, you get a shock through the spine. So that leads to a lot of spinal injuries. They do a lot of fast rope entry work, coming out of helicopters. So you can imagine that, again, doing those sorts of tasks, there is a lot of stress and strain on the body. So even if there isn't a specific accident that occurs, they are just getting repeats of these types of injuries. You'll also have the repeats that come from the shock waves from the explosives that they are regularly dealing with. And, those shock waves are going through all of the body, and, having on occasions, impacts that nobody is yet to research and understand what is going on. You then have the major injuries themselves. It goes with clearance diver humour, but to talk about a contagion of the need for back fusion surgeries, because there are so many clearance divers with broken backs, right? It's the only way that you can sort of deal with some of the major injuries that they have. And then you apply to that the trauma that goes with recovery of dead bodies, being able to do forensic examinations in Afghanistan after blasts where they're dealing with body parts, right? There have been very, very traumatic situations that these individuals have been in, or seeing their colleagues injured in the ways that they have been injured are also traumatic. So you get this whole build-up of information. In my normal day-to-day life, work health and safety law is a large part of the conversation at board levels. What has recently been going on in the last 10 years about the harmonisation of work health and safety laws across the country has been a huge topic of discussion. Here in WA is one of the latest states to actually bring in the harmonised laws. It's only been recently we've been having deep discussions around what does this mean about understanding the critical risks in your organisation, that not only are potential fatal risks, but the sorts of ones that are going to lead to long-term physical harm and disability, but also the work health and safety legislation talks about psychosocial risks. And there's a lot of discussion that is going on about what do we as companies need to do about how do we manage mental health. So in my conversations with clearance divers and the data that came through with this, that's the lens that I was applying. It was sort of, if this was an organisation that I was the chair of the board for, what would I be doing with this data? Where would I be going to for answers? And as an engineer, right, I go to science and universities, and this is also part of my background. I have a lot of faith in the Australian tertiary research and education system to be able to find answers for a lot of these questions. And it frustrated me to find that, in particular, because the clearance divers were this human group within Navy, whereas most of the focus is on the machines, that some of the specific issues around the sorts of injuries that were happening to them, whether they were physical or the psychosocial risks, anecdotally from all the CDs that I was talking to, there were a lot of things that I would have expected to have seen being done that didn't appear to be being done.
Thank you. In addition to the lack of response, in specifically these issues of the dispersed nature of injuries that can accumulate, did you see that as having an impact on then the ability to get support for those injuries or stresses?
Sorry, when you say support from who?
Whether informal supports or through compensation schemes or through chain of command, any?
Yeah, so the complex nature of the injuries that the clearance divers have mean that they don't fit in tick-the-box systems very well. The clearance divers that have come to the Trust over the years, we have developed a process about standard questions to comply with the Charities Commission processes as opposed to standard answers, because the way the interactions between their individual circumstances, apart from the life choices they make, there is very little commonality in the patterns. So out of all of the clearance divers that the Trust has supported through Trust 1, there are no repeat cases. Everyone has had their own story about the causes, has had their own needs about what was the support that they needed to have. It is a different story with Trust 2 about how do you do preventative programs, but with Trust 1, how do you respond to the injuries? They are very different. The other factor that has come out that I have learnt, because the vast majority of the conversations with these clearance divers needing support are actually conversations with me, is the interaction around their mental health. It is a standard part of our questions that we never provide financial support unless we know there is sufficient mental health support there as well. And we keep digging. We keep, working with them to find what the right answer is. That we just don't take it as face value about, I need X dollars to help me with this situation. Why are you in that situation? What is the support? How will this make life better for you? How will it deal with mental health? And in particular with, I know that there is a percentage of the clearance diver population that has been medically diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries. But based on the exposures that the others have had, based on the sort of data that's being done in sports such as AFL and the rugby codes, plus what has been done in the US with their veterans about understanding the impacts of brain injury on mental health, it impacts their behaviour. So part of what I find in the conversations with these clearance divers is not only can they be angry because the system's let them down, they can actually have anger or other emotional issues that are potentially coming from diagnosed or undiagnosed brain injuries. There are cases. There are two cases that we're dealing with at the moment who have medically diagnosed brain injuries. And one particular individual, he made me promise in the one phone call that I had with him that I would never phone him again on the basis that he did not trust himself to not abused me and upset me to the point that I didn't want to talk to him again. He knew he was going to need that relationship with the trust, and the only way he could trust himself to engage with us was to do it in a written form, because he had this medical diagnosis around his inability to regulate some of his emotions. So they are a difficult community. They joke about being broken, and it is really hard to explain to people that have not had to deal with the deep conversations that I have with them. And they definitely don't fit in boxes, right? Tick the box response to what these clearance divers needs. Sometimes it's okay in a simple situation, but the complexity, no, we get the cases the trust support are complex cases.
Thank you. I'll come again later to the need that you identify in your statement of giving support to clearance divers on their terms and in their context that they live. I want to stop briefly to mention the survey results indicate most of the survey respondents took pride in being a clearance diver and felt that it was core to their identity. If I'll pause there, I understand that some of the Trust's work is looking at research about how do I assist with identity transition. What is that work?
So we have a grant from the federal government through the Community Grants Program to work with the University of Queensland. We became aware of their work through a trustee who had contact through the AFL Players Association, who was similarly working with the University of Queensland. There are some similarities between the equivalent of medical discharge that can happen to professional AFL players, that they have a strong identity, they've wanted to be AFL players since they were young kids, and one weekend they go out and there is an injury and they are not professional AFL players anymore. That can happen with clearance divers. So we reached out to University of Queensland. The work that they do originally started with generic retirees about how do you make the transition from full-time work to retirement and understanding that. They then took the program to the AFL players where you had far more specific circumstances, and then they're now working with us to adapt the program for clearance divers. And part of the agreement that we have with them is that while we see this as an opportunity to assist clearance divers, that this is potentially of benefit to the whole veteran community. So the IP from that work will remain with the University of Queensland and hopefully can be used for veterans down the track. But it's important that we get the crossover of the lessons that UQ have been learning as they've been going through the research journey. So one of the recent lessons that has come out from the AFL program was that they found that they get a better connection with, so I need to go back a step. So the program is fundamentally about assisting the individual to create a new identity as a civilian. That for them to have purpose and to function in this new work that they're doing, no longer as a clearance diver, or in the case of AFL players, no longer as an AFL player. For them to function in this new world, they need to have a new identity. So that identity can be around parent, spouse, child, a new career, a new sporting achievement, in getting involved with charities, but how do you create this whole new identity? So they have this process to help them create that identity, that purpose, that reason for going forward and getting out of bed every day. So one of the recent lessons with the AFL space is that they have found that that process is more effective if the individuals going through the program are being supported or coached by somebody that they already trusted in the AFL environment. And in the AFL environment, it was their coaches, their team coaches. So UQ has trained some of those individuals to be able to support the AFL players. We are now doing the same sort of thing with the clearance divers, in that we are now getting some ex-serving warrant officers to be trained as trainers. They are already trusted and known by the community, but we are taking those deep skills and knowledge from the university and training the people who are most trusted to be able to help our clearance divers make this journey. This is a program that we're almost finished on the design work, and the aim is to run the first pilot of it over the next 3 months.
And in the submission, you note that many CDs can want to maintain their connection to the serving branch, and in particular that may be through reserve status. Does that align with what you're trying to do in this linking piece through the UQ research? Definitely.
So one of the things with transitions of identity, if you've got to go, I can't think of a better phrase, but cold turkey, right? Just sort of put that identity aside and come up with a new one. It is a really hard journey. So part of the work, as well as part of the feedback during the survey, has been around how do you maintain a connection? And a lot of AFL players get involved in coaching and these sorts of things so that they have a connection. So the questions have come out in the UQ process about how can you have the equivalent connection for clearance divers so that it's no longer a full-time career, but it is still a core part of their identity in terms of how they can contribute. The challenge is that the reserve dive teams were all stopped by Navy. Can't remember the numbers, but of the order of 5 years ago. So that had been there as a stepping stone to assist clearance divers to manage their transition. And a lot of clearance divers did move into reserve work previously. And it did come out in the survey as being something that had been important for those CDs who had used it, and that there were a lot of clearance divers who were concerned that the lack of that as a transition step was also impacting on the current mental health state of the community.
Staying on that theme of readiness for post-discharge identity, there are a number of comments made throughout the Trust submission about how training qualifications don't always match up with civilian standards. Operator, if I could get you to display items 7.4 and 7.5 on page 0.0334. I'll highlight in particular a comment at the bottom of that page, which reads, the average CD leaves RAN in their mid-30s with no civilian recognisable qualifications and must support a mortgage and children. Is that a frequent issue you see in your work with the Trust?
It is definitely. Sorry. It is definitely an issue that we see with the Trust, and it comes out in various areas. So since we made our submissions to the Commission, we are now running scholarship programs. We have been able to find a benefactor who is supporting scholarships, and we have just awarded our first set of scholarships in the last couple of weeks. So the applications that we had for that, while two of them were not around skills that they would have got as clearance divers. The remaining applications were actually around taking things that they had some experience in, but we're now needing pieces of paper. Is this working? Yeah, right.
It does.
They were now needing pieces of paper that would be recognised in the civilian community, and would we support them? And you know, part of the scholarship process was asking them questions around whether through the transition process they had applied to get support for whether it was recognition of their qualifications or funding for additional courses. But some of these are, you know, are very specialist courses that don't necessarily, again, fit into the sorts of boxes that the current transition process provides. So, you know, we get that information. But we also get, you know, conversations with clearance divers about the choices they've made. So out of the cases that are coming to us, you know, we've had a case where a clearance diver had been out of Navy for in excess of 10 years, had gone to a job because there was some overlap with the qualifications, but it was an industry that he did not enjoy. He had PTSD. He did not fit with the culture of the industry, but there was some overlap. It was highly paying. It did deal with his immediate needs about paying for mortgages and paying for kids. But the reason he was coming to us was his mental health had deteriorated to the point that his DVA-funded psychiatrist had basically said, you need to leave this job because he was at risk of suicide, which he did, which then led to financial complications, which then led to the need for the support. And, you know, it's having the conversation with him, his response was, you know, he probably should have made different choices when he left Navy, but he didn't know what the impact was going to be. Mental health was not something that was really discussed. Cultural fit with the sorts of jobs that you're applying for was not part of his radar. It was the basic stuff about he had some bit of paper that was partially recognised and he needed to have money for his family. And, you know, he needed to support his family, and, you know, that was the choice that he made. He now understands a lot more and is now on a process for running his own business where he can be more in control of his life. But we do have real practical examples of those cases coming through.
Now, that portion of the submission that I've just had displayed to you reflects comments that are made in the trust submission about the recommendations made by Dr. Bernadette Boss, the Interim National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention. And broadly in that section, the trust submission makes a comment about the need to take action and implement recommendations in expeditious matter. Now, you mentioned earlier that there are issues that you see if you were in the chair of the board, you would be taking action. Not turning to the specific recommendations you are making, but what sort of actions are you hoping will be implemented following your submission?
So one of the key considerations that any board has about its workforce, in addition to the work health and safety stuff that we've talked about before, is around the culture of the organisation, the attraction and retention of people, and also, you know, the productivity and the purpose of people. And we spend a lot of time, in particular in the organisations that that I chair, and I will name a couple. So Edith Cowan University and Western Power. Very large organisations that have very critical roles to, the future of WA in particular. But at the heart of what we do is around making sure we have a purpose that our employees can truly connect with. And they want to be with us, they want to stay with us, they want to be as productive with us as possible. And it has all of these positive benefits around mental health, around coming up with great ideas that improve innovation and costs within the business. They become our greatest advocates to everybody who doesn't work for ECU or Western Power about what these organisations are trying to do, which then has a broader impact on the reputation of the organisation. I combine that with all the concerns that I've heard from the clearance divers about the vacancy rates, about being able to attract clearance divers, to retain clearance divers, about them having an understanding of their purpose, opportunities to be able to contribute. They want to contribute, and they are missing out on those opportunities. So to me, the same things that we do in places like ECU and Western Power to improve mental health have huge business benefits as well. And I would like to think that some of these recommendations are going to have broader opportunities for improving mental health by being able to connect with some of the other challenges that the clearance divers have raised within their submissions, that we shouldn't be scared of them having qualifications that are transferable. It actually makes people more comfortable that if they know they've got a piece of paper that is going to be able to get them another job, they don't need to leave early enough to go and get another qualification and then not feel embarrassed at the age of 40 that they're studying alongside people who are, only in their teens or early 20s, right? That they can stay because they know that they have got stuff that is transferable if and when they get injured. So I think there are just broader opportunities around how these recommendations actually link together at the organisational level, that it's not just the value of the 17 recommendations that we made or the connection with the recommendations from the interim commissioner, but there are definitely opportunities for what I say 1 + 1 = 3. You do this one plus this one and you get all these extra benefits that then contribute to other positive things that are just going to reduce physical risks, mental health risks, and ultimately mean there are less suicides in my clearance diver community.
And is the Trust proposing to keep surveying to monitor if there is improvement in the mental health outcomes of clearance divers?
So our intent is to do so. I personally have made a promise to the current Chief of Navy that we will endeavour to work with Navy to go through their ethics approvals. And we are now working with Deakin University, who have also agreed to work with us to go through that process. The universities have far more experience around how to use these sort of defence systems than we do as a trust. But we have also made a commitment to the community, and when I've spoken to hundreds of clearance divers about the summary results that was in the welfare survey, and the sorts of questions we had from them was, well, how do you know if things are getting better? How do you know if the trust is improving things and we're working on the right stuff? how are we going to track all of this stuff in the future? We all want it to improve. So they have encouraged us to also go out with a welfare survey. Part of the work that we asked Deakin to do, and is referenced in part of the submission, is how to improve that survey so it is more aligned with best practice, sort of, peer-reviewed quality surveys that are out there. And our intent is to get that approval over the next 6 months, and as soon as we get that, go back out to the community again.
Now, turning to the way the trust operates, you've touched on this a little, but you draw a distinction in your statement between the work that the trust does and what you refer to as economies of scale ex-service organisations.
Yep.
Can you explain that distinction for the Commission?
So, what I call, economies of scale support organisations, and there is definitely a role for it, is where there are a lot of common needs. I'll just take a random example, being able to prepare CVs that are understandable for applying for a civilian job. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done for thousands of transitioning veterans and supporting other transitioned veterans, after they have gone out into the civilian world. And where you have got thousands of people needing the same thing, it does make sense to do it in a cost-effective, repeatable, high-quality way. So to me, that's fundamentally about economies of scale, where you can have common boxes and somebody can come along and say, I want 3 of these boxes and not the other 7. But, there is a standard recipe, if you like, in terms of things that are available for them to use and for the providers of those services to be able to do that. So another example is the provision of advocates for working with DVA. RSL and other organisations do a brilliant job about making sure there are sufficient advocates trained to be able to support the processes. This is a sort of thing that needs to be done at scale across the whole geography of Australia. It is well beyond the capabilities of anything like a Clarence Diver Trust to be able to do. We need those organisations to be functioning well. Our role as a trusted personal connection to clearance divers is a very different one. It's about dealing with the bespoke needs of a challenging, complex case where they don't even know which of those economies of scale organisations they need to be talking to, or how to get through there, or if they do talk to them, their needs are not one of the 10 boxes that are in those circumstances. And the original design of Trust One about filling the gaps around DVA and Defence Services was around that exact issue, that there are things that come up with clearance divers that are outside the list of things that DVA is prepared to approve, right? We are prepared to support all of those sorts of needs. But we can't be in every corner of Australia. So, part of our role is to be able to connect in with the other organisations. And there are lots of examples where the phone call is, go and talk to Soldier On can do this. Go and talk to RSL can do that. We don't try to do the work of the other organisations, but we do try to be that trusted place, so the CD will make the phone call to us that they won't necessarily make to DVA or RSL or anybody else, and then make sure that they do make the connections, and if there are gaps, we help design and fill those gaps.
You speak in your statement about when the trust engages with clearance divers, you try to involve them in the process of figuring out what support they require.
Yes.
Why do you think that's important?
Part of it is, what I call the special forces mentality. Clearance diver selection and training means that they are very independent individuals to start with. So, they have an inherent desire to be in charge of their lives. I mentioned previously that they have an inherent desire to find answers to questions that they don't know so that they can be in charge of making the best decisions. That's why they wanted us to set up Trust 2. So part of the process of us asking questions instead of providing answers, having standard questions versus standard answers, is to allow them to design their own process. So I'll go in a generic way to an ex-serving senior sailor who was in a very bad mental health space. And I was asked to talk to him. And the process that I went through with him, and this is where I admit that I'm very thankful for Navy's images database. It allows me to stalk them and get a bit of an understanding as to who they are, what rank they were, where they had served, from just a few quick images. So it allowed me to connect with this individual while I'm talking to him online. I could refer to his rank. Right, you're capable of making checklists. Of course I'm capable of making checklists. Right, so how about we work together to design a checklist of your own choosing about what you are going to do to get out of this mess that he had just described to me. And over the next hour or so, I went through various examples of, you could engage with transition services on this, you could engage with DVA on that. What order do we deal with these sorts of things? And it became his list. And every time I rang him, and I'd check in about a week or so, every week after that for a month or two. And the conversation would start with him giving me an explanation of what he had added to his checklist. I've been out, I've explored this works for me, it's now on my list, it's up on my fridge, this is what I'm actually doing. This is my reminder to myself to make sure I get out there and do stuff. Tried this one, didn't work, but while I was on that exploration, found out something else. What do you think about this and should it be on my list? So while it's an example of a conversation, it goes to the mindset that a lot of clearance divers have about it is their life. They are very proud individuals and, they want to go out and do remarkable things. They have done remarkable things as clearance divers. And to find themselves in what they will talk about as being embarrassing situations where they've got themselves into some horrible mess, they really want to be part of their own solutions, but it's how you come up with a conversation that allows them to feel empowered so that they can actually move forward. Because I suppose it's back again to my broader business skills. One of the best ways of being sure that an employee is going to do something is they've got to have buy-in to it. So to me, while it is a special forces type thing around, the capability and the independence that the clearance divers have got, it is a broader human thing that I can understand with from a non-military background about how you get buy-in, that when that phone call ends, how do I know that person's actually going to go and do those things? They've got to have buy-in to the plan. So that's part of what I work with them to try and achieve.
And the trust work that we've canvassed, which is, in the broad terms, engaging with clearance divers, embedding yourself in the community, gathering the data and creating the submission, Do you think it was important that the trust was external to Defence Navy to be able to do those things?
Definitely, we wouldn't have been able to do it, or Navy wouldn't have been able to do it. It was quite clear with the types of questions that we were asking and the conversations that were going on in the community. The most common question was, if I fill out this survey, can you guarantee Navy will not get access to my individual answers? Which is where the protection of the trust's privacy policies and the privacy laws came into play. Our design around how it was going to be done anonymously. I think the only way we could get the answers we did, and in particular, the openness and the honesty about some pretty confronting topics, about, their mental health, abuse of alcohol, marital problems, all of these sorts of issues. For them to open up to us, we had to have a different level of trust. They had to be 110% confident that it wasn't going to impact whether it was their DVA application or their career with Navy, or even their partner finding out about some of these things, or even their mates finding out about some of these things. But they knew that the combined data was going to be useful. So that was the type of answers that we would give them. And one of the other bits that we put over the top was the contact point that we had for the survey was an able seaman, right? We deliberately chose the lowest rank of the people on the editorial panel so that it was going to be as least political as possible, if you like, that if they had to ring out to someone, it was somebody that, was not seen to be, either, having power within Navy because of rank or influence within the community because, when they get out at Anzac Day, there's a lot of medals on the chests of these clearance divers, right? There is a lot for CDs to live up to and to be open to clearance divers about what is going on. We deliberately went with the least threatening of our panel members to try and make it as easy as possible.
What is your hope for how the Trust and Navy can work together in future?
Our hope is that, we can work hand in glove at some point. That we can get data that can lead to patterns, to analysis, the sort of stuff that I'm used to in terms of analysing safety statistics, and I ask for leading and lagging indicators in my roles on boards, that potentially we can get that data, which can then lead to analysis and different decisions by Navy about what is going on around how these clearance divers are managed while they are in uniform, whether it's the equipment they access, how they are being rehabilitated, all of these sorts of things, if we can get the data. But equally, we will be there that whenever the gaps arise, and it doesn't matter whether it's serving personnel or ex-serving personnel, Navy needs to be comfortable with us that sometimes there are gaps, that even with best endeavours of Defence and DVA, given the complexity of clearance divers, they will come up with some obscure combination of something or others that nobody has ever contemplated. That will be a gap in a system. We will be that safety net, but if we can then provide the data back into the systems to allow more of those doors to be closed, to allow not only clearance divers to benefit, but other Navy, other Defence veterans, that's part of what we want to be. And it links to the culture of clearance divers themselves, back to the role that they do. Often they are the first member of the ADF that goes into a conflict zone. They are used to doing that. They actually are very, very keen to be able to help the rest of ADF and DVA to be able to learn. And that's also part of why they will provide us with data and work with the Trust.
Commissioners, I'll just note a time management point. I'm now going to ask Denise about any other recommendations or comments before turning to your questions, but I can equally do that after the lunch adjournment if that's easier.
Yep, certainly, that'd be convenient. So we'll adjourn for lunch and return in an hour. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 2 p.m. The Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Molyneux.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Goldsworthy, thank you for your patience. I had just one final question that I wanted to ask before I cede the floor to the Commissioners. Are there areas of interest or recommendations you wish to make in this setting before the Commissioners from your experience working with clearance divers or having managed and chaired the Trust?
So I think there's two areas that I'd like to emphasise that are in my statement. One is around the traumatic brain injuries. Not only understanding the specific medical condition itself, but acknowledging that there are consequences to how the engagement and treatment processes need to occur for veterans that are at high risk of suffering traumatic brain injuries. They are at a heightened risk of mental health problems. They are at heightened risk of behavioural disorders, which means that their ability to engage with what a lot of people would consider are standard systems can be challenging. So yes, it would be nice to have things happen to prevent them, but as a minimum, the system needs to acknowledge that they exist, and the veterans that are exposed to that need to be treated in a reasonable way that acknowledges that. The second thing that I'd like to say, which touches on a lot of areas that we've been through today, is that the Trust does a lot of important work for these amazing veterans. We have not been funded anywhere. We've had a couple of minor federal government grants, but in comparison to the SAS Trust, the Commando Trust, we have not had core capital. Everything that we do, every cent that we find to go to these veterans is money that we work hard to find. And we'd like to think that the unique role that we not only play for these clearance divers, but can potentially play in the ecosystem. The structure of governance that we have, where we have a mix of veterans and business skills coming together. The structure around having Trust 1 and Trust 2, I think, is also unique in the veteran ESO community, around the legal structure to be able to bring together not only the reactive work but the proactive work around this particular community. The tightness of the CD branch, it's a relatively small cohort of veterans. Most of them know everybody else. It does mean, as a potential test sandpit, if you like, some of the programs that we're doing with universities, and we're comfortable working with universities, our clearance divers are comfortable with programs out of universities. I think that there is a unique opportunity for the Clearance Diver Trust and the clearance diving community to be used in a broader process to test potential solutions, to not only test them against some of the most difficult medical cases, but also some of the challenging environments that are there, but also with a community that is prepared to proactively work on finding the right solutions and improve what it is that we're doing, that are comfortable contributing data around leading and lagging indicators that can be useful for broader analysis. I think there is, the opportunity for the Trust, if it was appropriately funded, if it had an appropriate role that was more formalised within the ecosystem, I think the opportunities would not only come through to the clearance divers, but also to the broader veteran community.
Thank you. I had no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I have a number of questions. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for being a witness today and setting the foundations. I very much look forward to hearing from some of the Navy clearance divers at our next hearing. I also wanted to say thank you for just disclosing your own personal experience. I think it was just indicative of the challenge of not only having a mental health, PTSD, a mental health diagnosis, but of opening up and disclosing that and how difficult that can be for people to actually take that step, but then the power of doing so. So thank you for sharing that. I did want to ask, you talked about the Clearance Divers Trust as being a bit like a spider web, and people making contact through the spider web. And I just wanted to understand how often the spider web has to work. Like, how often is that contact throughout the spider web when someone's either needing support or needing to do a check-in or just, engaging in that sense of kind of normalising and sharing feelings? Is it like every now and again, or is it a relatively kind of constant sense of spidering?
So the spider web network is really the communication amongst the clearance divers themselves. I just happen to be allowed to now be a node or otherwise within that network, so I get a sense of what is going on in that spider web. But it is active all the time. The energy, so I'm going to try to make it a bit like a ripple in a pond, right? How far it goes out the spider web depends on the seriousness of the communication that's going on. In the incidents where we had the suicides a couple of years ago, the whole spider web became involved. Everybody was trying to make sure that every corner of that network was being tapped into and to find people that had potentially become disconnected. But you might say, some people do say, clearance divers are terrible gossips. They are always talking to each other. It's just a matter of how serious is the information that's being communicated. But in particular, those that have been on basic courses together are regularly checking in with each other. They typically know how their course mates have been. And to the spider web analogy, there is about 9 or 10 clearance divers that are the equivalent of my basic course. They're the ones that I am closest to. When I've had personal challenges over the last couple of years, they are the ones that I have turned to. And I'm sure that sort of looking after me, had the energy and the support they've needed from other CDs to deal with Denise when she's in a crazy mode. They rely on each other to help understand me as well. So the network is there all the time.
Okay. I just wanted to turn to the statistics from the survey and recognising that it was overall still a relatively small cohort, about 140, 150, and it was a self-selected, responding group. But the statistics that came out of that are very interesting. I just wondered whether you had a look at those in comparison to any of the other statistics that are known, either from national surveys of mental health or indeed the surveys that were done in 2010, 2015 of defence cohorts and veterans.
We had a look at that when we were preparing the submission, but we couldn't find a direct apples and apples comparison, and that was part of the challenge that we put to Deakin University, was that if the data from future surveys was going to be truly suitable for benchmarking, we needed to match things up. So as an example, and what's on the slide at the moment, the question around depression and mental health problems and thoughts about suicide, when we were trying to benchmark that, most of the studies had put a time boundary on that. You know, had you thought about suicide in the last 12 months? We didn't have that exact question. We just had you thought about suicide? So we didn't have the direct comparables with a lot of the questions, and it was really only like the suicide per head count data where we could get an exact match with the data.
And you indicated in your response that you did send the survey results to the then Chief of Navy, and I think you said something like that was almost, he acknowledged the receiving them, but that was almost the end of the story or something. I just wondered whether you could expand on whether there was any engagement with anyone from Navy in relation to the results that were found from your survey?
So we've had engagement to a low extent with the serving command group. People that are involved with direct command of clearance diving teams and the dive school. For example, I have been able to share, the general findings that went into the commission with both of the clearance diving teams, Team 1 and Team 4. So at that level, there is a broad acceptance that understanding of this data across the CD community is a good thing. That if they know what's going on, that if they know that there are histories of problems, that they know that it's okay to have these sorts of issues, that they are more likely to raise if they've got mental health problems, for example, with their direct chain of command. But above that, we've really had no engagement.
I guess I was struck by, well, I'll ask this question, then I'll come back to that. You talked about the high medical discharge rate of Navy clearance divers, and I think what you've described in terms of the work, perhaps that's not necessarily all that surprising. But again, I wondered whether there had been, to your knowledge, any further investigation or response to that, seeing that in your survey kind of results. It's pretty stark, and particularly if you then extrapolate out to the increased risk of suicide that we know goes with medical discharge.
Yeah. So the conversations that have occurred at the trust meetings with the serving representative that's a trustee is we are regularly talking about medical discharge. Every single meeting, one of the standard agenda items is, are there serving personnel, same as are there ex-serving personnel that have been injured that we need to be worried about? And because it's not part of the trust scope to explore how Navy is actually trying to address the problem, we hear general statements about, yes, this is an issue, this is a problem, and yes, Navy's working on it, but we really don't get any deeper engagement than that.
Okay, so my question was in relation to whether Navy has responded, and what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that there's a general acknowledgement by people in attendance at your meetings in ex officio type roles, but not necessarily clearly anything put into the public domain that indicates they've responded to that issue.
Correct. I'm not aware of anything from more senior ranks or in the public domain.
Right. So you talked about your experience on boards and the focus on work health safety, more recent kind of harmonisation initiatives, the focus on psychosocial as well as physical injury. And I think you did speak a little bit during your evidence about what you might have done if you were the board chair seeing these kinds of results. What might you have expected ADF or Navy to have done in response to seeing these results, or indeed they must have data of their own?
Look, I expected there to be some engagement, some conversation about, so what does it mean? What's the cause and effect? How can the trust potentially be used to provide, further data in the future? Those types of conversations. Yeah, I don't know whether I've quite answered your question, Commissioner.
If we take it out of defence and you were the chair of the board of this organisation that was getting those kind of survey responses, what would you do?
What would I do? Typically, I would then have a board subcommittee that was deep diving into what processes are going on. I would be looking for governance and both internal and external audit processes around understanding what is occurring. So one of the models that I am comfortable with is using 4 lines of defence in an audit sense, that you have the chain of command in defence speak and their accountability for looking after individuals. You then have what you might call the professional experts, the safety people, the engineering people, those sorts of systems and how they are contributing to the solution. Then you would have an internal audit function around how are critical controls being applied, are they effective, have they been appropriately identified to reduce the risks? And then where there are key compliance issues, external regulations, that you'd have an external audit process as well. So you'd have a multi-layered system of governance over the top of the executive function. Because one of the realities of a large organisation is that executives that are living and breathing the challenges of an organisation day to day can get so caught up in the detail, they lose the opportunity to be able to see things from a high level. So that's fundamentally why under the Corps Act, there is the whole role of boards and governance to be able to challenge the executive, to be able to see how does that line up with best practice in other industries, to be able to question the senior executives about, have you seen this angle, have you seen this opportunity? And that sort of framework that I'm used to in a corporate environment and the extra checks and balances that go with that, I don't know enough to see whether any of it exists in any sort of form within the defence structure.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very helpful description and perhaps something that we might be exploring further as this commission goes further. I just wanted to turn briefly then to the research that you talked about that UQ is doing, which is very interesting, and the pilot that's about to get underway.
Yep.
Around the coaching. Have you discussed that at all with the Joint Transition Authority?
Not with the Joint Transition Authority. At the last meeting that I had with the current Chief of Navy, which was attended by the immediate previous Warrant Officer of Navy, we raised the UQ program, and we had a follow-up conversation with the Warrant Officer of Navy at that point in time. She indicated that Navy had become aware of a similar program being run by Royal Navy, which is not surprising because UQ are working with British universities on exactly the same thing. They are actually research partners, and a number of the peer-reviewed papers that have come out are actually joint pieces of work with the UK. So the Navy had become aware via that different route that Royal Navy was exploring similar things, and I gather from that conversation that there had been some discussion around whether there was some benefits of understanding what the Royal Navy was doing. But we indicated, some of the angles like the recent learnings about us now engaging warrant officers as the equivalent of, coaches in the AFL environment. So she indicated that, as soon as our trials were done, that we should definitely go back to Navy and give them an update, which they would then be able to match up with their latest conversations with Royal Navy. Now, whether it's happening in the other services or Defence Transition Authority, I'm not aware.
So when will, you said that pilot's happening over the next 3 months or so. When
Yes.
do you expect the results to be available?
It'd probably be Q4 this year.
I think this Royal Commission would be interested to follow up in Q4 and actually find out the results of that research if possible.
Okay, can be arranged.
Thank you. I had a similar question in relation to the issues that you spoke about regarding the lack of translation of the Navy clearance divers' skills and competencies into civilian qualifications. Is that a discussion you've had with either Navy or perhaps the Joint Transition Authority?
Not in detail. While it's been there as a problem with, the various immediate priorities and the lack of resources that we've got, it's not a conversation that we've really been able to engage with. It was a bigger problem than we've had resources for.
It is, I guess, and I appreciate your perspective about bigger problem than you've had resources for, but I thought it was interesting when you made the comment that some had sought support through the scholarship scheme for qualifications that don't fit within what the current transition programs is able to cover. So I just thought perhaps there is a need there to highlight some of the gaps.
Yeah, we haven't gone back to the Transition Authority, but yeah, accept your point, yeah.
Yeah. And then just my final question is in relation to the collaboration with other ESOs, DVA, etc. You were very clear in pointing out that you don't necessarily want to be trying to do everything, that you've got a niche kind of to slot in. But how do you actually maximise that collaboration, even just in terms of knowing who else is doing what and where you fit in and who else you should be working with?
Our process at the moment is very inefficient, and there is one recommendation in our submission that touches on this to a certain extent, and that is about there being a more formalised structure of ESOs and their role, and a library and a go-to directory, so that we can get the ideal two-way communication. If a clearance diver comes to us and has particular challenges and we need, 3 different other organisations for them to engage with, that we can be sure we can find those 3. At the moment, it's based on experience, memory. We do have some documentation ourselves about trying to track all of this. But similar to, as I'm sure the Commissioner has found yourself, there are just so many organisations out there trying to do so much. And geographical coverage is different. We've got CDs in every state. So trying to find out what works well in one state versus another, we rely very much on word of mouth through the CDs themselves about, well, I've tried this and it works and this is a good organisation, or broader communication around some of the national organisations like Soldier On. But it is inefficient. It is only partially effective at this point. It is something that we think can be improved, and we hope that some of the recommendations that come out of the Commission will make it more efficient and effective for us to be able to engage with the broader community.
Thank you. That was all of my questions, but I did just want to thank you for the work that you do. You clearly play out a very important role, as do many of the other ESOs and veteran support organisations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you from me too for both your giving evidence and for the work that the Trust does. In paragraphs 147 and 148 of your statement, you speak of recognition of chronic traumatic encephalopathy as an issue affecting divers, and you say that the first recommendation that your organisation made was for additional investigations into blast exposure monitoring, exposure tracking and improved concussion management during service, including in training environments. Do you know of any investigations being carried on in that area at the moment?
So I'm aware of a couple of pieces of work. There is some software with a startup company that's actually been created by clearance divers that is targeted at providing some of this function in terms of being able to track some of the exposures, and they are working with Navy about trialling that software both with clearance divers but also with TAG East. In terms of the...
does that just measure them, or does it try to be like noise cancelling software or something?
So this is more a matter of being able to track the history.
Okay.
So, if you've got a clearance diver that reports a headache, right, has it been medically assessed for concussion, and then linking it to their medical records, how much time should they stay away from an explosion? If they then had 5 because they had to get through a mission, being able to keep all of those records that can then be combined with broader procedures that are supported by medical research about what should be the case management for the individuals.
Who's doing that research?
So the company that's working on that product is a company called Invicta Prospects. Invicta? Yeah, Invicta Prospects.
Do you know whether there's any investigation into techniques or equipment that could be used to minimise the effects of explosions, say underwater, in the first place?
I'm not aware of any underwater. The HyperNet network that is working on human performance research for Army, and through my knowledge of the university networks, my understanding is that that is one of the areas that is being considered. I don't know enough of the specifics to know how far that has progressed, but my understanding it is part of the HyperNet research program. But because it's targeted at Army, it's not picking up some of the other issues that the clearance divers have. But that said, the vast majority of blast pressure wave exposures are actually above ground. They're not in the water. Where the challenge comes about is when you take the combined impacts of pressure wave induced trauma on the brain with what happens with the compression and decompression cycles of diving. It's not necessarily the blast occurring underwater, it's just the fact that the body is going through both of these processes on a regular basis. And that if you've got a brain that is potentially damaged from pressure waves above the ground, and then you then submit them to frequent cycles of deep dives and compression and decompression, that potentially those two will interact. And that is an area that I don't believe that any research is being done anywhere about how those two factors play together.
Is anything being done about the compression underwater affecting a diver who's underwater at the same time?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Was that one would think would be a greater effect than an explosion in the air or underwater and the person's above the water?
As I said, I'm not aware of any research. But that said, it did touch on in the submission that there are other physiological differences that do impact on how the body responds to those compression and decompression cycles. And one of the particular areas that there is, I think he's still at Curtin University, a research expert that was looking at body fat. And the presence of body fat changes the rates at which the gases get absorbed into the blood system, whereas all the dive tables and those sorts of things are on a standardised physiology. So there has been some work done in that space. Most of it's actually for tourist divers as opposed to defence divers, and understanding the broad range of physiologies around scuba divers that are out there doing various sorts of tasks, and diving accidents that have occurred to people doing holiday dives. But there is a bunch of research that says there are some significant differences there, and I'm not aware of that being translated at all into a military environment.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Before I just had a couple of issues to discuss quickly, Ms. Goldsworthy. But before I do, I understand the New South Wales representatives are online and they've had problems with technical issues. If you're with us, could you let us know? We just need to note their presence.
This is Commissioner Fraser. I'm here for the State of New South Wales, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Apologies for the technical issues we've all had a bit earlier today. Thank you. So your presence is noted. Thank you. I had a couple of issues to raise, if I may. Firstly, just the chronic traumatic, the CTE issue you've raised. We are becoming more and more aware of it, and we're certainly becoming aware of some of the research and the issues that have been raised in the NFL in the US, in NRL in Australia, and so on. I guess in a sense, I'm not asking a question. I just want you to know that it is on the radar, and it is something we're probably going to have a look at. And there's famous cases such as the suicide of Paul Green and other matters that have come to light that will probably be of interest to the Royal Commission. But thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
The other issue, and I appreciate you've been quite diplomatic, and I'm going to try and not ruin that for you, if I may. So essentially, you've done this survey. It may be imperfect, and it may not have ticked all the boxes that professional researchers would want everything to be perfect in. But you've certainly highlighted some very stark issues. There's no doubt about that. Coupled with that, you've specifically highlighted some issues that relate to that field of operation, which is the clearance divers. So you had a series of meetings with senior people before and after the research and so on. Whether the research is perfect or not, did you feel the response that you got, generally without singling any individuals out, was adequate to what you put to them, what you so clearly highlighted in your effort?
If I may expand a little bit further,
Please do. And perhaps
Um,
before you do, if I could just point out, we are very much looking at leadership, governance and accountability in this hearing block. And that's why you've really brought up some very important issues where you've highlighted, failures, I guess, and things running off the track. So we're very interested on what response you got in return for what you've uncovered.
Yeah. So the point that I want to go back to is when we communicated the existence of the survey out to the clearance diving community. And at that point in time, we were going to every clearance diver we could find, irrespective of rank, irrespective of whether they were serving or not. We had some major pushback from some ex-serving senior commissioned officers to try and shut down the whole process. At the core of their argument was a couple of points. The first one was this is essentially Navy's business, and it should not be something that the trust is engaging with, and made various implications about if we progress, we will potentially damage the relationship with the Navy to the point that we may not be able to have the ongoing functional support that we require. The second area that they raised was they basically tried to argue that we were not experts in this area, and therefore that we should be leaving it to the Commission to go and explore with university professors or other similar types to understand what the problems were, and because we were not sort of professional experts in these sorts of areas, anything that we could provide the Commission would not be of value. And they essentially tried to shut us down. It did cause problems with us being able to get the survey out. The Clearance Diver Association that I mentioned, a lot of the senior office bearers in that organisation are former senior commissioned officers. And once they became aware that it had not been approved by Navy and that there were other senior officers that had these concerns, they refused to allow any of their communication processes, any of their distribution lists to be used. And, to the extent that even when clearance divers tried putting up posts about the survey on some of their social media, they were banned so that they cut down the discussion of the existence of the survey. So we had a hard fight from day one to be able to get out to our CDs. And one of the things that you'll see as a consequence of that in the data is it's actually light on with junior sailors. We have, and I haven't got the exact statistics, but over half, at a guess, about 80% of the serving senior sailors completed the survey. They knew how important it was. They were prepared to go out on a limb. But, if you go on the statistics of how many are in each rank, we are actually very light on with able seamen being able to complete the survey. So part of the dynamic was it did twist the responses that came through, and we know it had impact on our reach in terms of being able to get out to the community the way that we wanted to. When we did complete the survey, there were actually 2 engagements with Chief of Navy. The first engagement with the Chief of Navy was an unofficial one at an event here in Perth. Now, I had met the Chief of Navy. He was fully aware of my role. And while he was here for entirely other reasons, I managed to grab his ear and said, I need to have 2 minutes with you to give you the headlines of what we've done. I had with me a rash map of essentially the differences, where the problem areas were, serving versus ex-serving results, those sorts of things. And I explained to him at that point, and he had It's not an official term, but it's the best word I've got. He had no handlers with him when I was having that conversation. And, you know, I explained to him that I thought that there was very useful data and that we were having problems working through the official communication processes to be able to make him aware of what I thought was the potential for Navy to engage with that. He encouraged me to engage with the official channels, which is what we finished up doing with the cover letter and the report that went through. And it took a couple of months before we got the response, which was essentially, a letter with no discussion, and there has been no subsequent discussion with Navy since.
This is probably more of a comment than a question, but I just find it very surprising that you've highlighted a very real problem, perhaps imperfectly, perhaps not done according to Hoyle, but rather than say, we'll work with you to do it again or do it more perfectly, they essentially abrogate all responsibility. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Thank you. But we'll just see if there's any other questions for you, and then we'll say farewell. Mr. Fordham, is there anything you wanted to raise? Thank you. For your colleagues from New South Wales, is there anything you wish to raise?
No questions, Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Molyneux, is there anything arising?
Just that the witness be excused from the summons. Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms. Goldsworthy, we just, my fellow commissioners have thanked you today. I can't thank you enough either. I just add my voice to theirs. Thank you for everything you have done and you continue to do. You're excused from your summons to appear, and thank you again for being here to give evidence with us today. Are there any other issues?
No, thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. If there's nothing else, then we'll adjourn now till midday tomorrow, I understand.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned until 12 p.m. Wednesday, 17 May 2023.